Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally. Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. 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 Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
Get
in
it
the
together.
house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally. Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
You better get it together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
Get
in
it
the house.
together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it together.
Lord of mercy. Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Where's my? Oh shoot! Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Where's my stuff? Why am I? Hold on 1 second. My whole thing is all moved. Must have. I done moved something. There we go. There we go. Let me lock this. Let me lock this. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't already. How we doing? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. T, what's up? T, say less. Katana, Star, Thaddeus, Mrs. Baker, D. Grant. Shout out to the chat. Sipping ain't easy. TP, the perspective, highly favored. Good morning, everybody. Letitia's third eye POV. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm up early. Waiting on the trial to start. If you guys are not familiar with the case, this is the case of Sarah Boone. We're going to be doing a live trial watch along today. Sarah Boone trial. We are waiting on the opening statements. She had an opportunity to get a plea deal the other day, and she rejected the plea deal. They offered her I believe a lighter sentence. Hold on, we're gonna check that out. Because we gotta keep up with this stuff.
New developments in the Suitcase murder trial. A jury has finally been selected in the case against Sarah Boone.
And today there is a lot more back and forth over whether evidence can be used to support the battered spouse syndrome defense. Fox 35's Stephanie Buff-Monty is live outside the Orange County Courthouse with more on what happened in the courtroom today. Stephanie.
Yeah, I just walked out of the courtroom a few minutes ago. We finally have a jury in the Sarah Boone trial. Jury selection had been going on for the last 4 days. Now, the state was hoping to get to opening statements this afternoon, but that was all kind of pushed back because of a hearing, like John, you were mentioning earlier this morning, to talk about evidence regarding the battered spouse syndrome, which is the defense that Sarah Boone's attorneys would like to use. So Sarah Boone is accused of zipping her boyfriend, George Torres, up in a suitcase and leaving him to die during a drunken game of hide and seek back in 2020. The defense says Torres had his hand out of the suitcase and Boone hit his hand with a baseball bat, as she believed if he got out, he'd hurt her. The state laid out their case today, essentially saying Boone cannot claim self-defense if there was nothing that happened to push her to defend herself. The state adding she claimed she feared for her life after she already zipped him up in the suitcase and hit him with the bat. Boone sat there without expression as the assistant state attorney read the transcript of the cell phone video that investigators say shows Boone filmed Torres inside the suitcase while he was pleading for his life, and you hear Sarah telling him to shut up.
F you. I can't effing breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the F up. Sarah, shh.
Not a mercy.
That's our case. That is an evinced, depraved mind, conscious disregard for whether he lives or dies, whether she put him in there or not. She let him remain. For 2 minutes during that video.
Now, the defense argues previous abuse is relevant to the charges she is facing because it's what pushed her to be scared for her safety. According to court documents, Torres had been arrested in 2019 for domestic violence against Boone. The defense finished their questioning of the panel of potential jurors, asking them about self-defense, among other questions.
At any time in your life, have you felt or did you have to defend yourself? Is there anyone in the panel by show of your paddles that's claustrophobic? Sometimes people drink alcohol and just get downright mean. Do you agree with that? Raise your paddle.
Now, again, we officially have our jury, or the jury for Sarah Boone's trial, and opening statements will start tomorrow morning at 9. And just an update, Sarah Boone, as I mentioned the other day, had requested snacks in the courtroom. She asked for chips, candy, Pop-Tarts, boxes of juice. That was denied today. Reporting live in Orlando, Stephanie Buffmonte.
Yo, Sarah Boone is something else.
Fox 35 News.
What she want to eat in? She want to eat in class? Is Sarah Boone seriously trying to eat in class? Man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, it's an interesting turn of events. This whole Sarah Boone trial. She actually refused her. Let me see. He actually refused the plea deal that they gave him. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Might be in my other chat. Muso, what's up, man? Tamika McCullough. KTC, what's up? Yeah, we all the way over here. We all the way over here on the Crime Network Part 2. Miss Eve, good morning. Good morning. On the Crime Network Part 2. Waiting on this case to start. They still going through getting these stuff together right now. They still trying to get these stuff together.
Touch him.
During the interrogation, you hear Boone urge investigators to look at her phone for pictures of previous abuse she's suffered from Torres.
I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures.
Shout out to the chat.
Bloody fingers.
Not worth it. What's
split
up?
forehead.
TP.
He
You ready
split
on
my
that?
nose.
According to court documents, Torres had been arrested several times for battery dating violence in 2019. According to that report, Boone told officers she was beaten up by Torres. She claimed that as he was beating her, she begged him to stop, and he said, quote, "You are going to die."
Really?
Boone's trial is set to start on the 7th. In the studio, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
And that trial that was scheduled to start on the 7th did not end up starting on the 7th, and that's
we still waiting for that trial to start. In the meantime, if anybody want to hit the link, do have StreamYard. I do have StreamYard. If anybody wants to discuss this case right here, they can. Let me drop the StreamYard link. Hold on, my Nightbot. Make sure my Nightbotting. Shout out to the chat. This is an interesting case. So this is the main thing. Sarah Boone is being charged with second-degree murder. You can't hear me? It's slow. Hold on. Check testing. All right, let me turn up my volumes. 1 second. Foxy Brown, good morning. Let me turn up my volumes. Is there anything else that's low? Is there anything else low? Has the video been low? Okay, let me turn up my volumes. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing. Hold on. Put it up to 10. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. I'm gonna leave it there. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna bring it up 1. Testing 1, 2. All right. Right there. All right. I think I like it right there. I think I like it right there. All right. So Sarah Boone is getting charged with second degree murder. Now, there's an issue with that. See, they offered her a manslaughter. I believe it was a manslaughter plea. Let me find it. Let me find it. Now, it was real interesting. Where is it? We having too much things, man. Let me see. Motions hearing. God. All right, let me find it. Back to the chat. Before I get to exactly what it is. All right.
Thank you, ma'am, for having me.
So
I guess the big question
she refused the plea deal. This is her lawyer.
is why did you decide when you saw or heard about this want ad to jump to her defense?
Well, I've been following the case. It's been pending for a long time, 4 years, and
this is her lawyer.
I watch a lot of true crime on YouTube, and so I kept following it and seeing how lawyers were getting out of the case or withdrawing. So I was just curious to see it come to an end, and then the judge made a decision fairly recently, I think in June, that she had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel, and so she was going to have to represent herself. And of course, that's a concern for many lawyers, knowing that it's very difficult to get a fair trial, especially in a more serious case like this, a murder trial. Representing yourself, it's foolish. So there was really a gap in the system. This is a rare event where you go through 8 lawyers and the judge finds that you don't qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. So because of that, I felt like somebody in the private sector should step up. She sent out the ad. I saw it on YouTube. I didn't respond immediately. I waited 3 or 4 weeks to see if one of the local Orlando criminal defense lawyers would pick up the case, and it didn't happen. So
this lawyer, social media done caught his attention, made him look into this. Social media, YouTube and stuff, bruh. Lord of mercy. So he probably got a pretty good idea of everything that he needs to know, because YouTube do their own investigation. The people on YouTube, us supporters and content creators, and we do our own investigation like we the FBI. So man, there's a bunch of information on the internet.
I got involved.
So that's you. You're number 9. You met with her for 4 hours. Did you get any inkling of why 8 others?
That's a fact. This lawyer right here, you talking about he making a name for himself. That's what he gonna do. He about to get his firm famous. He about to make his firm famous.
Are in her rearview mirror.
Well, it's It's a difficult case. It's a complex case. It's not going to be an easy case to try. There is some strong evidence that the state would be presenting in the form of videotape and the audio tape, obviously. So there are some complex issues. It's not, Sarah is a unique person, as you may know.
Bro, Rich,
and,
what up?
She may not get along with everybody. Maybe personalities clash or lock horns. She and I happen to get along really well. And I like her. She likes me. So I can't really speak to them. There are several reasons that people have conflicts. Sometimes you represent, as a lawyer, a state witness in the past. You obviously can't stay on the case. So there were several reasons that several of the lawyers didn't stay on for very long and got off the case.
I've got just a couple seconds left, literally, but I just have to ask, did you reach out to prosecutors for a plea bargain? Did you talk with Sarah about a plea bargain? Did either of them refuse? And again, I've got about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, while I was on the way up to see her, before I'd even talked to her, I reached out to the prosecutor just to see, what their posture was on the case. So that happens with any case. You want to know where the state.
So he was testing the prosecutors to see if they're willing to do a plea deal. Yo, if they're willing to do a plea, that's because they probably think they ain't got that much strong of a case. Let's see if they're willing to do a plea deal. Hey, would you let us take a plea? Yeah, absolutely. Got him. Yeah, got him. He could be like, oh, got him. Oh, they ready. Man, listen, never mind. We don't want a plea. We don't want no plea. See, they ready to take a plea. They ready to give us a plea. They not so confident. They not so confident. Like, you be like, yeah, they not so confident. They ready to give us a plea. Don't take it. Don't take it.
State is.
Was it no?
On the case. So that happens with any case. You want to know where the state is.
Was it no?
Well, it was not resolved in any way by plea.
Yeah.
There was no way.
Yeah, I would love to have you back. By the way, just real quickly, yes or no, did Sarah say yes or no to a plea deal?
No, she said no.
She said no. All right. Thanks for watching.
She said no. Let's see what's going on over here.
3 weeks. Jury selection itself
we still
could
waiting
take
over
up
here.
to 3 days. Now, I spoke with.
We still waiting for this trial to start over there, for opening statements to start. While we wait on that, let me get to. Let's do some catching up. Let's do some catching up real quick. Lord of mercy. Shout out to the chat. Let me drop the link if anybody wants to hit the link. I didn't even put the Nightbot link. I forgot to put the Nightbot link. In the meantime, because we're still waiting on this thing to start. So in the meantime, we can do some catching up. If anybody wants to come up and add to this or speak on it, feel free to hit the link. I'm going to let Nightbot have the link right now. Give me a second. Might have had the wrong link. All right. Man, all right. What's my Cash App? $ Wabbit Crime Network. $ Wabbit Crime Network. Nightbot should be putting it in the chat as well. Oh shoot. I'm over here typing with the wrong account. Hold on. Why am I typing with this account? Why did it type with this? I shouldn't be typing with that in the chat. What the hell? Shout out to the chat. I think I got it. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. I need to fix this thing real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see. I'm wondering why am I? There we go. That's better. I typed and it had me with my it had me with my other account. So what the hell? Yeah. So Wabbit Crime Network is the Cash App. $ Wabbit Crime Network. A lot of mercy. Switch to that right now. Shout out to Wabbit Crime Network. Shout out to the chat. Hold on. Shout out to the chat. Okay. All right. So, all right, I fixed all that. Let me put this thing back where it needs to be. Where it's supposed to be. Oh, where it's supposed to be. All right. All right, and we're back. Still waiting on this trial to start. So we got time. We're gonna get some stuff. We're gonna catch up on some stuff real quick. This was interesting. So last night couldn't even get an answer. All right, there we go. Now, there was an interesting thing that happened where Sarah's lawyer made a case for her, which I found to be pretty interesting.
That the courts are worried about. The probative value of that type opinion testimony about her guilt is outweighed by the prejudicial effect was involved in from the jail or tablet communications, which are kind of like emails or text messages, and that hasn't been narrowed down.
Morning is the objections. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. I got an email this morning from Juror Services. Juror number 551. I don't recall from what panel. No, I'm sorry. Juror number 471, panel 3, seat 48. Tested positive for COVID, and Jury Services has instructed him not to return. Juror number 551.
What was the first one?
Sure. Juror number 471, panel 3. That would have been yesterday morning, seat 48. Advised Jury Services this morning that he was not feeling well. After leaving the courthouse, he tested positive for COVID. I have instructed Jury Services to excuse him because we don't need that floating around.
Shout out to the chat. Okay, I think it's somewhere around here. The lawyer had made a very great point. Shout out to the chat.
Judge, Mr. J is a smart lawyer with a lot of experience. He's board certified. He's filed this motion in limine to disallow the battered spouse syndrome twice. And yesterday, we were forced to disclose the overt act that constituted our defense that tied in with the self-defense. And so tactically, he was able to get us to that posture, so he knows our defense and how we're coming at it. The problem is the state has not been forced to give the details.
Now, this is where it gets real interesting in the words that he's saying, and it gives me an understanding of how these lawyers has been looking at this case. And we'll see. Let me continue.
Of what they allege Sarah Boone's overt acts or non-acts.
I need to clarify something. There was no forcing yesterday. The court reviewed Dr. Harper's deposition, and there was no overt act that she had testified to. She was specifically inquired about any imminent fear, and there was no response to those questions. The word overt act did not appear in any of the 4 or 5 sessions that she had with Ms. Boone. And the state was seeking, as we addressed yesterday in limine, to prohibit that.
I disagree with that. That was his deposition. He tried to control the witness. He kept cutting her off. He wouldn't let her finish explaining. I certainly wasn't going to do it. She's going to testify in trial about it. It's not my fault that he felt like he got the answer he wanted and he moved on. He didn't ask for any elaboration about that. But that's going to come out. But I understand that's all you had. But we had to do that. The state has not had to do that. And I understand under the Sixth Amendment that we have a right, the accused has a right to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. And the problem with that boilerplate information is we don't know what they're claiming that she actually did, overt act or omission, that constituted second-degree murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very key point of this case. And as this lawyer, Courtney Peach, what's up? As this lawyer talks and speaks on this part right here, you start to understand, and you know what? He might be on to something. You see, the state has decided to charge Sarah Boone with second-degree murder. Now, he's saying, the lawyer is saying, I'm not sure if this falls under second-degree murder. He's saying that the state will have to actually prove that this is second-degree murder because he don't agree that this is second-degree murder. And if he can prove that this is anything other than second-degree murder, then she's going to be not guilty on second-degree murder. Iceberg thoughts. If he can prove that this is anything other than second-degree murder, she's not going to be guilty of second-degree murder. And I said, look at this. So maybe if the state was to go after manslaughter or negligent homicide or something like that, it might have been easier to say, yeah, she's guilty. But the fact that they decided to go with second-degree murder, and that's the charge they're going with, if he can convince the jury that this is not second-degree murder and this is negligent homicide or this is something other than second-degree murder, she's going to walk. So I don't know what other charges she got, but as far as the second-degree murder case, he's making a great point as to why he took this case. Like, if they can prove that this is not second-degree murder, that's all they need to do right now in his eyes. So he's saying the state don't really got a case to prove second-degree murder.
So because of that, we have to list everything because we don't know. It's like he wants to know. He wants the court to make rulings so that he can tweak his opening statement based on the court. The same with us. We don't know how to respond to their opening until they give it because we don't understand the full nature of what they're alleging Sarah Boone did to constitute second-degree murder. So in an abundance of caution, we've got to list everything that may be relevant, but we don't know yet because we haven't heard. I would like to renew. They've renewed their motion on battered spouse. I would like to renew my motion for a statement of particulars so that I could know, the defense team could know what it is exactly that the state attorney is alleging that Sarah did or did not do that constitutes second-degree murder. It's a serious charge This is not, it's a unique case. It's not something that happens every day. And that's why we believe that it was proper under that rule of a statement of particulars so that we could be informed about what it is exactly that they claim that she did criminal so that we could prepare a defense.
Listen, this is a good lawyer. Listen, I'm with him. Because I'm like, you know what? You know what? I thought it was cut and dry. She guilty, bro. I thought it was cut and dry. Hey, bro, she guilty. Nah, they're going to have to present that case and let me hear their argument, and then I'll decide whether or not I can disprove what they trying to say, because they going with second-degree murder, and I might be able to disprove that. Lord of mercy.
And it goes directly to this point, which is they want to know why we want these documents and what documents specifically are y'all going to use. Well, it's difficult to tell when we don't know what we're accused of.
Any response, Mr. J?
Hey, listen, man, you get a round of applause for that one, because I think that was a great... Listen, man. And this is how you know the lawyer's good. This is how you know the lawyer's good, because I already seen all this stuff. I seen the suitcase thing. I seen the interrogation. I seen all that, and he still convinced me to be like, you know what? Go ahead. Let me see what you got to say, man. You know, you made a good point. Let me see. He still got me to concede, and you say, you know what? The state might slip up here. You kind of right on that. He's making me think twice about whether or not the state could actually pull this off. But he has to be a great lawyer in order to pull what he's trying to pull off. I ain't gonna lie. If he pulls this off, that firm needs an award.
Mr. Owens, Mr. Cacciatore, myself, and Dr. Werner all sat together within 5 feet of Sarah Boone the first week of October and heard the final version. It's not very dissimilar from the version of Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner's deposition was provided to the court previously for our motion to eliminate. I don't understand the position they're taking that they were forced to show their cards when Dave Cacciatore and myself and Mr. Owens and Dr. Werner were all there together to hear her version. And her version is, it was all fun and games. It was Sunday fun day. He gets into the suitcase. We're all laughing. I zip it shut. We're still laughing. There comes a point in time when he says, I can't breathe. This triggers her based on her past abuse, no overt act that day. And she begins violently doing the things to the suitcase that she says she did, whacking him with the baseball bat on his fingers. And now, after being the initial aggressor, now after having committed a forcible felony or two, now after having put Mr. Torres in a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm, she says, well, she realizes now if he gets out after these things that I've done to him, I'm in big trouble. And it's my understanding that we have had this discussion, and that if that is the proffered testimony, that is not going to amount to an overt act, which will allow for reputation evidence, past incidents of violence, or the battered spouse syndrome evidence. They weren't forced to show their hand. I was there. The rules of criminal procedure allowed me and Mr. Cacciatore to be there and to witness this evaluation. So that being said, we're not abusing the system. We're not doing anything that we're not allowed to do, and we're making every effort to make sure that we understand how this trial is going to go down and how they, and Ms. Boone understands how the trial is going to go down, because my
Now, yeah, the trial, I believe they started.
So, for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those,
I believe that the
111
okay, the trial
records
is
out of the
officially
119
started.
pages, it's not in order.
We just heard what the prosecutor had to say about that situation about the second degree murder, and if you listened like I listened, I didn't hear second degree murder. Even though he went through Sarah, I can't breathe, and all that, I hear you, bro. I don't know if that's considered second degree murder. Like second degree murder got some specific criteria, and I don't know if that. Like, I definitely think there's a manslaughter or maybe a negligent homicide or something like that. But second degree murder, I don't know. I don't know if he just explained that. I'm not sure.
For the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119, so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness that it be included. I'm just, at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119-page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word, and it helps the attorney greatly. So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance at those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again, and I'll provide
Okay. I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may.
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised. But we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the.
Let me read the definition real quick. It says second degree murder in Florida is unlawful killing of another person without premeditation, but with a depraved mind or malice of forethought. It is a first degree felony that can result in a life sentence in prison. So technically they can charge it with that. It says prosecutors can charge second degree murder if a killing was the result of an act that was dangerous to another person and showed a depraved mind. It could include a killing that occurred during the victim's commission of a felony, or if the defendant acted in enmity towards the victim. Lord of mercy, enmity is that goddamn video. Enmity is them hearing that goddamn audio. Fuck you. That's some enmity right there for that ass. All right, well, they definitely got a case.
Defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So
Dead blacks.
The state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident as provided in the 119 pages of Item 2 of the defendant's Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery Exhibit List. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they are able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are
self-defense.
Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did pull up a couple of these on the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
He trying. He definitely trying.
Okay.
I'm interested in using and opening is this standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering the verdict. You want me to read it out?
No, I can see it, sir.
And then the other one is a reasonable doubt is not in there. Possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is the standard instruction on using it.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge, it's opening statements. We should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
Judge, I've been doing this 35 years. I've had these boards. I've used these boards at opening statements I don't know how many times. I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started, and then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory, and I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please? Well, here's the first problem. That's the wrong instruction.
Oh, man.
Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt.
Damn.
It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Judge, I'll have it redone. Arguments.
As long as we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This lawyer, he's gonna reach for stuff that ain't even reachable, right? And that keeps the prosecutors on their toes, and it keeps the judge on their toes. Because anyhow, they not paying attention, he gonna try to get through with some slick shit. He's gonna try to get through with something slick, and if they don't pay attention, he gonna get through with it because he's gonna constantly try. He's going to constantly try, and if you ain't paying attention, he going to get away with some slick shit because he's going to keep trying. He's slick.
Garrett Weimer here, and just a reminder as we are watching this hearing, and then we open
in this case, because we should opening remarks, highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions 6 through 10 we're going to use in this case because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them.
The evidence is going to show.
I had to play that real quick.
And argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Last bite of the apple.
Have some guidance to the law. You know, that in many ways we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and I understand the reason for that depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let me move to the photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay. Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
Shout to the chat. So I guess they still doing some. All right, so we caught up, but they still waiting. We caught up, but they still waiting. Let me see what's going on in the chat, man. You guys are y'all something else in the chat, but
The evidence is going to show.
yo, you know what? I gotta get that. I gotta get the other clip too. If you think I came to here to play with you, God damn it, I'm not. I gotta get that part too. Man.
Still waiting on opening statements to begin in this Sarah Boone.
Are they still waiting on opening statements?
My understanding of how it's going to go down is she's going to have to
Oh wait, what were we just listening to?
Testify to the specific events of that day, and right up when she comes to the point to saying, and when he said, I can't breathe, the state attorney, Mr. J, is going to object. He's going to ask to approach. He's going to say, Judge, there's been no change in her testimony. Unless there is, then that's a whole different bag of worms. But if there's been no change in her testimony, Judge, we got a ruling prior to this that there's been no overt act testified to. Now we're going to object to her answer of because of the past violence, and we're going to object to any further attempt to bring in prior violence, reputation evidence, or battered spouse evidence. I just want everybody to be clear and on the same page about that. Now, in regards to their request, a renewed request for a statement of particulars, they've had the discovery for several years. This is the state's case. A video that starts at 11:12:45 p.m. on 2/23/2020. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't effing breathe, baby. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah, 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 laughter.
See, I should have did my due diligence because I just wanted to go off of my ignorance. So I didn't even want to go look up second degree murder. I didn't even want to go check the definition. I wanted to go off of my ignorance and just see if I could wing it out. I wanted to see if I could wing it and see if I could make sense of it with the minimal knowledge. That don't work. All right, because once I got the understanding of what second degree murder is, which I could have did, but I just didn't. Once I got the understanding, I'm like, yeah, I guess he is kind of describing second degree murder with all that Sarah. With all that Sarah, I can't breathe. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think he might be describing second degree murder. God damn it.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, unintelligible, drunken, slurred words. Laughter. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, F you. I can't effing breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the F up. Sarah. Shh. That's our case. That is an evinced, depraved mind, conscious disregard for whether he lives or dies, whether she put him in there or not, she let him remain for 2 minutes during that video. And then at 11:23:03 p.m., there's another 22-second video, and it just zooms in on the suitcase. Sarah. So that is a second-degree murder case when the medical examiner comes in and says, George Torres, died from positional asphyxiation and the asphyxiation from being in a confined space. And eventually, after Lord knows how many breaths, he expired in that suitcase when she went upstairs and went to bed. But in addition to those statements, we now have her new statements, which are she intentionally violently shook the suitcase, threw it upside down, hit him with a bat, committed independent forcible felonies. And that's going to be corroborated by the medical examiner's testimony to all the blunt force trauma to both sides of his face and his mouth. That is a second-degree murder case. That is what we're going to be presenting. This is a portion of what I will be telling the jury this afternoon.
Bruh, and so you telling me that, and she was, remember, if y'all saw the interrogation, she was literally telling, I didn't touch him. We were good. I didn't do that. They was like, well, how you got all these bruises? I don't know. I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. Like, wait a minute, woman. Are you serious? You sure you didn't touch him? Now they saying that she actually admitted to doing that. Wow, it's interesting. That is interesting. So we're still waiting on the trial to start. You know, we got trust me, we got all kind of stuff we could do in the meantime. Between time. I also got the interrogation video. So we can even watch some of that while we wait. We can even watch some of that while we wait.
About that, and so obviously he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, and since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So, like, basically you're getting hit, and then, you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like, someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his, lip. We could.
All right, they're back. Hold on. They're back. And we're back. We're live. We're back live.
Here's another close-up of Sarah Boone's face after she suffered injury at the hands of George Torres. All these, I believe, Judge, all these exhibits, except for the first one, A, were in Sarah Boone's phone. The state took custody of the phone. The state had the photographs. The state provided the defense and discovery with these photographs. We intend on introducing these photographs. We don't intend on introducing the blow-ups. We intend on introducing the home-size pages, the photographs, and then using these as demonstrative today to show the jury during opening and then closing the injuries that Sarah Boone sustained at the hands of George Torres.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens. When did you send it, sir? I have not received it.
Those poster boards you see and what James Owens was describing were photos of alleged prior abuse that they are going to say George Torres was committing on Sarah Boone. That is going to be a central part of their argument that this was a self-defense behind this act and what happened. So that's what he was describing as we were listening. I know we can't see the photos there, but we were able to hear a little bit of what James Owens, her attorney, was describing of what they show.
7th 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Low v. State, 259, 7th 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Al-Khagir case, which is the 2021 case, Supreme Court, trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. The court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm.
Self-defense, I don't know, man. So, for them to prove this self-defense, so she literally is trying to say that she was scared for her life while she had locked the man, zipped the man in the suitcase, while she was sitting with her legs crossed, drinking on her alcohol, with her phone recording this man, was scared for her life. I gotta see how they pull this off. I gotta see how they pull this off. So I guess they're trying to say that after she left him in there too long, beat him with a bat, turned the suitcase over and over, she realized, if I unzip this suitcase, he gonna kill me.
That Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established, and that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet, from the defendant, and certainly A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or an overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want, but in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that prior?
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. And arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, Prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. That she was facing imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B?
Look at B. Which one's B?
It's her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. He would threaten to abuse the dogs.
The dogs? Oh, no. We ain't having that. Oh, listen, not in America. You ain't abusing no dogs and getting away with that, sir. I think she might have won the case with that alone. Listen, the dog? No. You can't come back from that, bro. Not in America.
To control Sarah Boone.
Okay, thank you.
They're checking, Judge.
All right.
On whether they have all.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to discuss
evidence is going to show.
law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific, some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements.
Dang.
Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got two other issues.
Uh-oh. Are we
They've been
ready?
waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
Are we ready?
We intend to play the 2-minute Suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
All right, man.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench on the
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, we getting ready, man. We getting ready. We getting ready. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. All right. As we wait on the jury to come in and everything to start. Time for the jury. Jury been waiting for over an hour now. For over an hour, the jury been waiting. Let me get back to this until the jury's ready.
We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
Also, too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree.
So at this point, she wasn't telling them that she was beating them with a bat and flipping the suitcase over and all that other stuff. So this is the initial interrogation. See, she said she ain't say that she did all that stuff to him then.
Okay. Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Any reason why we
That's
can't bring in our
why,
jury at this time?
The only thing I thought you guys.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
All right. Let's stand and bring in our panel. The jury's coming in, y'all. The jury is coming in. Shout out to the chat. The jury's coming. The jury's coming.
You guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is.
Y'all may be seated.
No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there like last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Hold on.
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident.
I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment? And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with?
Letitia donated $3.
Specifically, sir?
SO to says for filling in the dead air space for these live trials.
Shout out to Letitia, third out POV for that super chat, for that donation. Shout out to Sis for filling in the dead air space in these live trials. I'm gonna make sure, man, we fill in the fillers. We gonna fill in the fillers.
Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
We definitely gonna fill in the fillers. Let me see.
All right, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. Something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way? Did it have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members Members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. Jay, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious
Can't hear you, bro.
punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take
They being low as hell.
rest on this earth alone.
What they think the audience don't deserve to hear?
We don't know. The evidence
Type of
showed that it was
what in the
for about 15 minutes
yeah, they being
that the defendant herself took
this thing is low.
of this event. The evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. Now, out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m.
Okay, here we go.
45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020 in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground face down with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." "That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres gets put into this suitcase left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning.
Fix that, man. What's wrong with you?
Several hours.
Shout out to the chat. They have got to do better. They have got to do better. Listen, we waiting on these people to get it together with their audio, man. Do they know? Do they not remember they got an audience?
Share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, no co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that free schedule. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. And now he's led into Monday.
Yeah, they need to fix this ASAP.
Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant.
Y'all need to fix this ASAP.
In the phone record, he calls her, and then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse.
Lawyer, I don't know why they doing this to us. What the people in the chat saying? Oh, the people in the chat over here put a microphone. Like everybody in the chat talking about, we can't hear, bro. What's up with y'all? It's a conspiracy, man. Look at the people in the chat. They like, man, we can't hear shit. We can't hear a goddamn thing, man. What's up with y'all? They got the microphone emojis. All right. Hey, we all going through the same thing right now. They got thousands of people watching. And they like, yo, what's up with this? Like, you got to get this man a mic. Can somebody get this man a mic? Gosh. They said they need somebody in the chat said they need to indict the guy in charge of the audio.
You will not hear our tears. You will not hear sorrow.
Oh, they fixed it. Look, they fixed it.
You will hear a certain level of concern.
Oh, that's because he went back to the thing.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth.
What?
Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase, and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night, and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies...
Oh, my God. Get back over to the microphone, bro. The hell, man? Bro. Not cool. Not cool, dude. Not cool, bro. Yo, listen, we're gonna have to talk to who's ever in charge here, man. I can't be going through this. Oops. Uh, uh, as we can see, this is not working out. What they're doing, the way they got this set up, is not working out, y'all. They gonna have to do better. They gonna have to do better. Let me see if I can. Let's watch the people complain in the chat again. Look, people in the chat getting pissed. People in the chat are upset, bro. They're like, yo, what the F? W2T.
Detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full, so the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are $7.50.
He got to stop doing that.
Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. Two little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoked, did art, listened to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. That's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th and 25th. What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the two videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis. Her words, not mine.
Non-compos
having her
mentis.
wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her, and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now.
Mr. Fair plays with it.
Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres' brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, "Yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews." And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, "Ugh, your quote-unquote dad hit me in the face." The next text is, "Hide and seek, I shall." January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. "It's a Torres thing. Boo." Sends a picture. "Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose." The brother responds, "Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you." The defendant's response, "And bless you and all of you too. I'll get," in all capitals, "rid of him. Then it'll be," in all capitals, "better. Ugh, Torres," referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of.
Okay.
And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury,
You got to do better. You can't just be walking away from the mic like this, man. All right, man. Can somebody contact the judge and tell him what this lawyer is doing? Could somebody contact the judge and could you please tell him that the lawyer keep walking away from the microphone and none of us can hear him anymore? And we're not going to keep going through this, man. I want to make a formal complaint. Who do I got to, can I put it in writing? Because this right here is ridiculous, y'all. I'm trying to hear. Okay? So this is live. This is live right now as we speak. This is live right now. We're watching the live trial. This is the live trial as we speak in real time. This is what's going on in the trial right now. This is the live feed of the trial. And we need to get in contact with one of these people. And we need to tell them, yo, could you tell him we can't hear? Tap him on his shoulder. Can't he get one of those, what's those mics that you know, the ones that they put on, you know, on the game shows and talk shows and stuff? Get one of those, man. Can you? Can we get the Jerry Springer crew to come and fix his stuff and fix his mic and clip it to his belt or something so that I can't take this. I'm trying to hear. I would like to hear, man. I think he's saying something important right now. Lapel mic. There you go, lapel mic. Come on, man. This is unprofessional. Unprofessional. Shout out to Dead Blacks. He need a portable mic, bro. Don't they be watching the YSL trial? They don't know how this go. We need to hear you. And the lawyer, the defense lawyer, first of all, he found out about this on YouTube. So he need to be like, yo, listen, man, I need to hear. The people on YouTube can't hear. As we wait till he finally let us hear him again. Not cool. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Let's see who all in the chat. Even knocking her upside the head, man. I do understand. See, that's the thing too. He might have some kind of history of some form of domestic abuse concerning her, right? And the question becomes, does his past domestic abuse come into play on the day he died? Like, you would really have to show that on that day, that was an issue. Because for her to say he hit me last month, so I decided to kill him a month later. So I decided to punish him a month later. That's not good. All right, that can't be self-defense that you sat here a month later and planned and premeditated, So it would have to be that day. And I think the defense that they going with is that after she beat him with a bat and flipped the suitcase over many times, she then feared for her life, because if she was to only open that suitcase and let him out, then he would have killed her. And I'm like, so wait. So now she gotta leave him in the suitcase to die so that she can save herself. And I'm like, this is what we doing. We really about to go with this. And yeah, that's what they going with. And it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. He said, you remember her saying they were good the last couple of weeks? We were good. Everything, he's been good. Like, bro, it's like he on mute, man. This is not cool. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. I'm here to make sure that during these downtimes, we got some discussion. During the downtimes, we got discussion. Oh, I done left my StreamYard. Did anybody hit the link? I don't know if anybody hit the link. If you did, I didn't know. But I'm back now. But I am back now. If he was beating her, she should have went to the police. Now, if you remember the interrogation, she pointed out that the last time she did have a case on him, that they did nothing. She's like, and you guys did nothing about that. So, she's kind of putting some negligence on the police officers and the police force for not doing something when she made a complaint. So it'll be real interesting to see her make these cases that she's trying to make. And let's not forget, she is on her 9th lawyer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so hey, we gotta watch how this plays out. Yo, this is crazy. How do you allow us to miss all of this opening statement, bro? Like, his entire opening statement cannot be heard by us. Then ain't that what in the I don't care about the people on YouTube is this? Yo, we literally gotta hear this man not say not. Well, we gotta literally watch him talk, and we can't hear him. Can the judge hear him? Hey, judge, can you hear him? My goodness. Shout out to the chat. The black lawyer remind me of somebody. Who does he remind me of? George Foreman. The black lawyer remind me of George Foreman. Oh no, the guy who just died. Amos. The guy from Good Times. Is it Good Times? The guy from Roots, man. Kunta. John Amos? Is it John Amos? He reminded me of somebody, man. I'm thinking it might be John Amos. Or either that or Rock. Yeah, I remember Rock. Yeah, he definitely, I definitely can see a John Amos. He definitely looked like a John Amos to me. Bro, I'm so appalled that this man could be talking for this long without us being able to hear him. I'm so shocked. I am so shocked. I was watching the other the motion hearings, and the security guard, it had a security in there, and she was on her phone the whole time. I was like, is this okay? Yo, she was literally on her phone. I'm like, we can see you. I'm like, man, I don't know if you could be on your phone like that. Like, she looked like she was scrolling. She would look up every now and then, look around, and back to scroll. I said, nah. Listen, going to jail saved his life. He said he got sick and locked up, and she was putting that poison in his food and antifreeze in his drink for months, very small doses. What are you talking about? Mr. Fair Play, what are you referring to? Who was doing that? He said, this is a new concept. Mind your opening statement. Bruh, I gotta watch this man do all the motions and not hear nothing. Who are you talking about, Mr. Fair Play? Who got sick? Oh, your homeboy. Oh, I'm about to say. Okay, got you. Man, somebody needs to tap this lawyer on the shoulder and tell him, like, bro, you don't gotta leave the podium to talk to the jury, bro. They can hear you. You don't gotta get closer, man, because I can't hear you when you do this stuff, bro. Sir. Sir. It's been like 20 minutes. Sir. This is ridiculous. Let me see what the people in the chat over there are saying. I know they pissed. Yo, somebody said the mic is in the suitcase. Yo, look at the chat. Man, I might as well just read the chat over there. People watching it in real time in the chat, they talking shit. Somebody said that's why I said turn the caption on. Let me see if I can turn the caption off if that helps. Oh, look, the caption. Yo, the caption works. Ain't that some bullshit? The caption works, yo. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat over there. Somebody said to turn on the closed caption, bro. And it works. It works. Yo, shout out to the chat over there. I went and read the chat over there, and they said turn on the closed caption, man. All right. At least we got some goddamn transcript. Objective and reasonable. Man, I can't read this up, though. I'm not reading it. Y'all gonna have to read it.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Ain't this some... Yo, bro. As soon as I figure something out, here he go walk back to the mic. Bro, as soon as I figure something out, here come my man walking back to the mic. Really? Really, bro?
I borrow the
advise the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Captions ain't working for him. Okay, here we go. This is ridiculous, bro. Damn, I really want to hear what he's saying. This is crazy. This is madness, I tell you.
Sarah Boone and George Torres
Oh, shit.
were down and out,
Hold on.
as you can be.
I gotta switch sources, y'all.
Their life centered around
All right, we good with this one.
around alcohol.
This source is better, y'all.
Both of
Gosh.
them suffered from used to be called
Hold
alcoholism.
on. Now I'm going back.
That you're going to see phone videos. My daughter told me what you did, Sarah.
All right, so listen, I'm going back. I'm going back because now the other link, the other source had the volume turned up. And so we about to go back and hear the opening statement from the prosecutor again, and we're gonna actually hear it this time. So I'm gonna start from there because we can hear it now.
February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those two bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had one bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's two 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class.
103-pound man. What we doing here? This is what I'm saying, like 103-pound man. You know what that looks like? Now I understand how he fit in the suitcase. 103 pounds probably wasn't hard for him to fit in that suitcase.
Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind. That day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th and the 25th. What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office, in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the two videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of
I'm gonna skip this part because we heard most of this already.
light wits about herself.
The ones where he's on the microphone, I'm gonna skip that part to where we got to where he wasn't on the microphone and we could no longer hear him. Because this Fox over here, they got the okay, so when he leaves the microphone is the parts we missed.
And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show.
The evidence is going to show.
We, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury,
Go with that.
we're all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween's in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your house. Well, I participate during this trial. We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres.
All that remains.
And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched, I expect the testimony will be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours. And she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep.
Did he just say the first night she ever met him, he punched her and did he really just say the first night they ever met? Did I hear correctly?
I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 3.42 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who had serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. And you're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her.
Interesting.
Black eyes. Cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview happening about a month before this. Bloody ear. A stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting, playing around in medical evidence. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the fruit blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgments.
I'm sorry. Why that lady keep playing with the curtains in the back, man? Why she keep messing with the shades? Do y'all notice that the lady keep messing with the shades? She done went and changed the one over there, opened it and closed it. Now she going back over there and changed the one over there. Keep an eye on that lady, man. I don't know what's up with her. She keep moving the goddamn shades. God damn it.
Hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5-DR. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and I think it's text revision, something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. It gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we've talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why wouldn't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction required. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I'm crazy at $600,000. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things that the Fox on Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient or the client that is saying all these things happen to her. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability. Particularly in circumstances that you're discussing. Another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two individuals.
What are you doing, guy? What are you doing here?
Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, it doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to Ms. Boone. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together to get there. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person.
The evidence is going to show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay. The rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Gray. Now, this is going to be a several-day trial. Obviously, today, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not sure, but we're trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably within the day or maybe Monday, so you can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took the notes. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to write a will. No higher call than to write a will. And we're going to ask you to do the case to write this will. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres.
He got to be crazy.
Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol.
Oops.
Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years. And there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had. In considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances.
Reasonable force. Really, bro?
And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased
The
some wine
evidence
the day
is going to
before,
show.
but they hadn't finished all of that. They had purchased. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine, and then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, He can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money. But they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows. This is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So, Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek.
Really?
She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they hold it back and forth.
Really?
Well, she comes down the steps. She sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other. They smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while.
You believe that, bro?
And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point, he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her.
Seriously, though. Why is he in the suitcase to where he gotta even ask to be let out? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, continue.
If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case.
The key to this case, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention now. The key to this case is that 11 minutes. Yo, lawyer, boy, man, good luck.
Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense.
All right, so at what point does her zipping him up become an issue? I get him going in the suitcase, but he couldn't have zipped himself up. So at what point does her zipping the suitcase up become the problem? Because after she zips him up in the suitcase, the issue becomes, should I unzip him? I'm scared to unzip him. You shouldn't have zipped him up in the first place. I'm scared for my life if I should unzip this guy that I shouldn't have zipped up in the first place. Okay.
You can hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while.
Oh, wow.
And that changes things a little bit.
A lot of bit, sir.
But there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you. Why that happened. What were the circumstances surrounding that?
Could you imagine her explaining? So he's in the suitcase and he's zipped up and he's of no harm to me or no threat to me. So I decide to go over and get a bat and beat the suitcase. But I'm justified. This is man, go ahead, lawyer.
Involving a bat. Or the circumstances surrounding that. Involving a bat. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there. And there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loved you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, you know, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you know, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. And where her son is at. Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly.
Yeah.
She calls Brian. Look, what do I do? He said, "I'm coming over. Please come over." He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. And she called 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible.
Somehow.
Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And, you know, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out. And then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. You may hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to They have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages,
You
photographs,
think I'm here to
videos.
play around with y'all?
And they
God
find these
damn on that.
Sarah's not aware. She doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Of course, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, is her name, Chelsea Copsell. And they end up, Deputy Copsell was pregnant, or Detective Copsell was pregnant. So they end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. I'm pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was to tell you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation, and they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up already, and they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videotapes. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation. It was on the 25th in the afternoon when she got there to get her phone. They said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone did. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of
God damn it on that.
All right. Thanks. Shout out to TP. Shout out to TP, man.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it on that.
Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. The police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress. You know, we're here today, full packed courtroom. Judge Craddock's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation.
I mean, do they need more burden of proof?
The evidence is going to show.
Do they really need more burden of proof than what they got? Seriously? Gosh, this case is like open and shut if you ask me.
In this country, proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind, and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger.
Hold on. Battered women experiences affect their perception of imminent danger. Wow. If this is true, if they can prove this to be true, then it's almost like, well, she didn't realize she was in an imminent threat until after she zipped him up in the suitcase and then realized, like, yo, I'm in a bad situation. God damn. These guys, he reaching. God damn. I think she should have took the plea. God damn it. But hey.
Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt.
Really?
And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty.
No.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Wow.
Thank you.
Hey,
sir. Can the parties approach for a moment?
That was a good try. That's a good try. What?
You've been listening to opening arguments now.
No.
The prosecution speak for about 30.
No. How about no? How about no? I don't know. I don't think the death penalty is on the table for second-degree murder. When I looked up it, they said something about a life sentence. I didn't see a death penalty. I mean, I didn't read everything, but the first couple paragraphs, the first couple sentences. Okay, we got our first witness, y'all. Oh, we officially started. We got a witness. We got us a witness, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. And Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we would talk, I'd say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes, pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Sarah.
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Damn. Last conversation? Shit.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Interesting.
the beginning when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir. Let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020, and that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Basically, was he drunk? Did he sound drunk?
he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No. Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I could tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir? Yes. And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Now that's interesting. Why wouldn't you ask? What's she talking about, bro? Like, what the hell is wrong with her? What the hell is her problem? You ain't want to know nothing? I wonder why.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Come on now. Come on, Juan. Make sense of this one.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have it. If I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Witness is released, y'all.
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
No.
State would call Devin Jamro.
So the state's witnesses are coming up. Second witness. This is the second state witness, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second one.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Man, they brought the Publix. They brought somebody that work at Publix up in. God damn! Imagine the crime took place in their apartment, and they come and the police come to Publix and be like, "We gonna need you to testify." Man, what? Publix?
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as States D and been shown to defense?
D is in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
He is watching like a hawk to make sure he cut that proper. He is looking at him. Look, he analyzing him. Make sure he open that. Make sure he don't try nothing slick. He is analyzing him, boy.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States D will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Your Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes.
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.?
Yes.
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection as states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right. We're going to move on to
State would call Joan Williams.
Joan Williams. Who's this? Hey, Joan, how are you? Hey. Why did they drag you into court today, ma'am?
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay. Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Jones seemed like a nice, she seemed like a nice lady, man. She seemed like a pleasant lady, man.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker.
Oh, okay.
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
She's nervous. She's definitely nervous. You could tell. And she's pleasant, though. I like her. I don't even know why. I don't know why.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach momentarily?
All right, we going
Date of 3 weeks to look at the in the right.
We're going to skip all that. Who is this guy? I don't know who this guy is. We're going to see who this guy is.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company.
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Motes?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
The neighbor?
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
God damn, the neighbor on the motherfucking stand. Excuse my language. The neighbor, man, god damn. But I don't want to be involved. I don't want to know nobody that does nothing. Because I don't want no police coming to me talking about we need you to testify about your neighbor. That I didn't witness nothing. I didn't witness nothing. But I got to testify? But I didn't witness nothing. God damn.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Damn.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever, just out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like, don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake, and it stopped me mid-conversation. She even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
Now, the crazy thing about this is that with her coming to him and saying, if you hear anything, don't say nothing. It could work both ways. That she could be trying to protect the guy, trying to protect her boyfriend, because the neighbor could overhear something and could possibly call the police and report that the boyfriend is beating on her. So it could work that she said that to protect, because a lot of victims protect their abusers. So it could be that, because I'm sure the defense is gonna try to use it and take that angle, like could it be that she told you that because she doesn't want to get him in trouble, knowing that if you overheard something you might call and he might get in trouble. So and he has a history of abuse with her, so that can work in her favor.
Arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise, like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
But of course.
Mr. Cagley, good morning.
Morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or? You went
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Yo.
Do you know?
Yeah, that was funny. Before he could even finish, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know, from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres, that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on.
That's
Yes,
it?
sir, of course.
That's it? Are you aware that they are super drunk all the time?
You may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement.
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Okay. All right, they're about to approach me.
They approached the bench to some.
Yeah, I actually got home.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Overruled for now.
Hold on.
The lawyers have approached the bench discussing their legal issue with the judge over
Objection's overruled for now.
some questioning, and the objection is
Sir, would it be
overruled.
fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear it started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Moving on.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
Bless you. Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON MOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And
Lot of
so,
mercy.
when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible, usually.
Damn.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated
So,
the units?
yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to, like, our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock. That evening, probably earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would it have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a one-story apartment, and then they next door had like a two-story townhouse, so we only had the one floor.
Understood. And At a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Oh, hell no. Could you, yo, oh my God. Oh my God. Is it possible that she threw that suitcase down the stairs with that dude in it? Nah, I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. Could it be possible that that all this started upstairs or something, and she threw that suitcase down the stairs? Cause what he sounded like, what? Could it be that he might have got into the suitcase upstairs, and when she zipped him up upstairs, she rolled that suitcase and rolled it down the stairs? Bruh, I hope that's not. Cause it sounded like he heard something. He heard something. And what he's describing sound like that suitcase might have went down them stairs.
It was all thing that start a roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Bruh.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Bruh, he was in the suitcase at that time. He was already in the suitcase at the time. See, the thing about what he's saying is, bro was already in the suitcase at that time, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, the man was already in the suitcase at that time. Lord of mercy. Man. That time they talking about, he was already in that suitcase, man.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Lord of mercy. That's straightforward. that was direct.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleep?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping.
Yo, he was on point with that one. I'd have been 9 years old in 2009. God damn. God damn. He ready. Boy, ready.
In 2009.
I'm sorry, 2000. When you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping.
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping. on the concrete patio?
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay.
This guy right here, yeah, he not good for the defense. He not good for the defense, and he's smart. He's intelligent.
Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
All right, that might work in their favor.
I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was 10-something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
Let me ask you this: Did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice? Yes. Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Moving forward.
Witness Boone's their lies, naming human
See what's going on here. Shout out to the chat.
Attention and your participation. Members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use during the trial local news is involved. So again, by using other electronic or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you. We thank the jury for their service. They'll be back at 2 o'clock. Lord of mercy. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. In the meantime, we can get back to watching this interrogation. Lord of mercy.
And you guys were painting and stuff the night prior, correct?
Now, some of the things that we've heard so far is interesting because this is what she said initially. You know, this was her interrogation before she came up with her new versions of the events. She definitely did not say she was beating this man with a bat and all that stuff. And we're gonna see here what she had to say initially, and she's gonna testify in this trial. So we'll see if there's any inconsistencies.
So we're talking about Sunday and then
That's
into
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had,
Nobody laid a hand on anybody. Well, we found out that that's not true because you later on admitted that you beat this man with a bat and did all kind of stuff to him while he was in the suitcase.
like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head
Shout out to Yvonne, May. Shout out to Yvonne, May, for those gifted memberships.
and skull,
I have no idea.
as if something hit him.
I
Considered
have not
blunt force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
Lies.
Tell me and we'll both know.
How did he get those injuries? See? I have not touched him. I have not touched him. Ma'am. Yeah. And now she's going to try to make a case that it was self-defense. Self-defense? How are you going to make a case that you was defending yourself from a person that you locked in a suitcase? And you didn't even lock them in the suitcase because they was doing something wrong to you. You said everything was good and he ended up in the suitcase because y'all was playing a game. So it was all in fun. And then you didn't let him out the suitcase. And you said you didn't do anything to him. But now we hearing that you done beat this man and all type of stuff.
I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? Yeah, you said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
So I'm sure that the defense is going to use that because that's one of the things they point out. Oh, you guys didn't do enough when he hit her with the curtain rod and she reported it. You know, there was a police report made. The cop was called. You know.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there hasn't, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures bloody fingers, split foreheads. He split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him, like I do, and I feel like I can help him. Like,
Really?
I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink.
So listen, what we've learned from the neighbors is she's an alcoholic, but she's trying to make herself seem like she doesn't want to drink, and he is like, it was his idea, and she's an alcohol. The dude was like, he don't even be wanting to talk to her. He avoids her and her man because they're both drunks. But she's trying to downplay her alcoholism.
Occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done.
She really thinks she a better drunk than him. She really think. No, this is like a unique case. This case is a unique case. But listen to her mindset. She believes she's a better alcoholic than him. So she can do all this stuff, and she has all these responsibilities. But according to her neighbors, she's a drunk, just like him. She's in denial. That's what it is. She's in denial.
He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. how can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink.
Okay, so that's why she got the puzzles and the paint. So all right. So we know why Lucas be drinking. What's your story? Why you be drinking? Because according to your neighbors, you were drunk. Why do you be drinking, man? What is your story? What is your stresses that you? What's going on with you? She refrains from saying that all the stuff that's bothering her that make her drink, because she's basically making it seem like she's not the alcoholic, but he is.
Or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me you told me on recording like that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-compos mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So
I'm just saying you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses?
You can have 2-3 glasses of wine and be fine. She ain't drunk. Oh, me, I ain't drunk. What are you talking about? I'm good. I'm not drunk.
Glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Yeah, about this much.
And then that you had I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time, what happens is because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll go by Publix, and then on the way back catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, like, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's not let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine because, I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies. We're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him because I think that's what he's used to is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
But you said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship? You guys didn't go down, like, the rabbit hole, like, had too many to drink, and you guys start getting...
Nope. When I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through because...
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters. Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
just
like
what's
the
going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room and then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and...
I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and...
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, just kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end.
Okay.
But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court-ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say, she's wonderful. That's one of my questions, too, I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Matters Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together, where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if you all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know, too, what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's going to do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got, like, a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But
too much togetherness, friction happens.
What does he say? Every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? You kind of like lost me. Like what are you
talking about? A little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
She does a lot of talking.
What does she have to do, though, with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday?
No, I'm just saying, previously, why the incidents, what happened is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could.
About what time? Do you remember what time that was? Is what she said.
Oh, she is going around giving them a time. She doing a lot of talking around the time.
Asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish, but those were the only times I have. So I have 4.
See, the other detective is messing up. See, the dude in the red, he asked her the time, and all they had to do was be quiet because he locked her down like, yo, what's the time? All that other stuff unnecessary. Then she start talking. It's going to give her an opportunity to try to, go around it.
And I have midnight, so there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or...
Like when we started to play hide and seek. Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long, maybe about 6-ish. Then...
You're talking about from hanging out outside and Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there. And just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it.
She rambles a lot.
Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit, started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever.
What time?
Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
8 o'clock.
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were painting. So then it's okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just,
What time he got in the suitcase?
Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay.
She said
that
no.
was just kind of that prop was there, and it was there,
yes.
And it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would.
Yo, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase before? No. How you say it like that? I would never do that. How you would never do that and you just did it and he died because of it? I would no. Why would you? I would never do something like that. I just did it yesterday.
So it was just kind of that prop was there, and it was there,
yes.
And it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I mean,
we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. if you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's
Okay.
clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of
All
looking
right.
at them.
Okay.
So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing.
I don't believe you anymore. I think he got in that suitcase upstairs and you pushed that suitcase downstairs with him in it. Man.
By the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously
No.
I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing, but what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something
Absolutely
that you
not.
guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, she made sure to say that he took it downstairs. She made sure to say that he's the one that took the suitcase downstairs. I don't know about that.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get
it?
into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes, too, like, he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password, and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming, other than...
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I get my phone, I maybe took a picture of the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Dun, dun.
Go ahead.
No, I don't remember
Dun.
that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shutting down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and.
No.
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like.
I don't think you all understand who I am.
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything.
Yo, man, she talk about full of herself. I excel at everything. Drinking as well.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't, completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Did you leave enough for him to get out before or after you beat him with the bat and pushed him down the stairs and all that? At which moment did you give him leave the space for him to come out, get out? Especially when your defense is that you ain't let him out because you feared for your life. So did you leave him a way out or no? Because over here in the interrogation, you sounded like you left a way out. Because you ain't tell him you beat him up and all that. You told him you never touched him. But now you let us know that you beat him up and you did not leave a way out because you didn't want him to get out because you thought he was gonna punish you for what you did to him while he was in there. See how the story's changed?
Okay. No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys
were
are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
She's scared. She's getting scared now. They came back with the battery. They charged up the laptop. She gets scared now. You
Is
guys
it long?
are scaring
I don't know
me.
how much I can take.
No.
She don't even want to watch it. Yeah.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find your...
Do I have to watch this?
Yes.
I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
It's only been one night.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
It's vicious, man.
And that's you, your voice.
Stupid.
She sounds drunk as fuck too.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
That's her voice. You can hear how drunk she is.
I can't fucking breathe, man. Yeah, that's when you do it. You choke me.
All right.
I don't want to watch it, please. Okay.
For all its intents and purposes, yeah, that definitely sounds like second-degree murder. Lord of mercy.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase. He had 2 fingers hanging out. And you
I
went
flipped
to
him
bed.
over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
And there's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it...
It was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then...
Guys, this is killing me right now. You killed him. It's crazy how she's like, guys, this is killing me right now. Like they doing something to her.
And this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's
that
what
wasn't
you
the
did.
plan.
Yeah.
But not intentional though.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
Oh, hell no.
But why is
Hell
he saying
no.
I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
Right, because
There's no hole. There's no
Bruh,
fingers.
she
I don't see
wildin'.
his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me
The
to
truth.
tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You sound you're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner...
does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers, and
He'll be
it
up
looks
here
Knew
in
he
a
couldn't
minute.
get out.
and then 30 minutes later he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
But now, you see, she know he couldn't get out. If it's self-defense, she wouldn't have went to sleep because he would have killed her in her sleep. See, that's where her self-defense mess ups now with what she said before. Because why would you go upstairs and sleep knowing that you left a way for him to get out? Yeah.
Do you
He's
think
not
he's
able to get out.
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there,
See, the fact that she said she didn't hit him or she didn't do anything to him, and they were playing around and the whole time, that would make it seem like, oh well, she don't got nothing to worry about if she went to sleep and he got out, because she left enough space for him to get out. He'd have just came up to bed because she's like, I thought he's just gonna come to bed and sleep. But based on the fact that she said she beat him with a bat and she did all this other stuff to him, and she feared for her life. Well, that would explain why you didn't leave any space for him to be able to get out, and you was comfortable enough to go to sleep because you knew you didn't have to worry about him getting out and beating you to death in your sleep.
both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But I
you're the
didn't-
only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I don't
He's never been locked in a suitcase.
I'm about to say, like, done it in the past, like when the last time he was in the suitcase, he did the same thing. Like, what you talking about done it in the past? You remember the last time he was in a suitcase and he was trying to get out? He was faking the last time. What you talking about?
But
No.
he couldn't get out, so...
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying
is
wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking. He is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No.
Okay, so just think about this. She went upstairs and went to sleep. And while she was asleep, is that during those hours is when he died. Could you imagine how much he yelled out to her during those moments? I would think that at those moments is when he panicked the most. Is when he got frantic and tried to struggle the most. When those hours start really passing by and he can't get out. But she couldn't hear it because she was upstairs asleep. Could you imagine how much he yelled in there and screamed and all that, and she couldn't hear that because she was upstairs sleeping? Like, what we heard was at the nighttime, he was still well alive. But what about when he probably realized he couldn't take it no more? And that fight or flight comes in and he start really trying to struggle in there. She ain't hear none of that.
Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what...
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't
you
mean
told us
that you.
Got him. Got her.
The outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and. Just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean
told us
that you.
several times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense.
Bro, she said, okay. Listen, she's in denial.
Of it. We're
I
trying
get
to
it.
figure
Right.
out
We're
what
trying
you're
to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to. He'll be up here any minute.
But
But
you
again-
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase.
Now your plan is to leave him in the suitcase because you're saying it's self-defense. So, man, this interrogation ain't gonna look good for you. They're gonna have to make up a bunch of reasons why she's not telling the truth right now.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out? He
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase.
your plan?
Plan? Sounds like premeditation to me. Your plan? See, these words is incriminating. Your plan?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because
That's
it
like
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking.
Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the goose. Got you feeling loose. Look, God damn, she just summed everything up to, man. You know what? It's the drinking. That's what it is. You know what? It's really the drinking. You know what, guys? I know what this is about. I know what this is. It's the drinking. It's the drinking, man. That's what it's. That's what.
I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a
No.
joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you love
I wouldn't do
George.
that to him either.
But
I wouldn't
you
do that
did
to
it.
him.
So,
Imagine saying you wouldn't do something to somebody that you did the very thing to.
I just...
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's...
I mean...
That was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what
by
I've
your
done for
acts,
him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show
No.
you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him just, fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video, but you won't let us play the rest of it 'cause you don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though, so, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't
fuck
know
you.
what you. This is.
What would you say
life-changing
if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
Zipped somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you guys are trying to assume, or trying to like?
We're just, the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember
injuries-
doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you've told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
That's what you
it's not an
did.
assumption when that's what you told us, so that happened.
That's what happened.
Yo, could you imagine her questioning whether or not you think she did what she did? So you believe that I would go upstairs and go to sleep and leave him in the suitcase? But that's what you said you did. I don't,
And the video,
yeah,
I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get out on his own. But the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to zip it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if he saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know.
my goodness.
No one
I didn't
sees
see
the
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been
and
drinking
then watches
probably
that
went
video.
to sleep. That's what happened.
Basically, what do you think the jury is going to think when they listen to this story of yours? What do you think the jury's going to think when they hear this version of your story?
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, like, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick.
Duh.
Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night.
Most people don't be having 2 and 3 murders. This is your first murder, ma'am. Yeah, most people usually get 1. She's like, I've never done anything like this before. Most people usually get one murder. They don't usually. I mean, some people get more than one, but most people usually only get one.
I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
but my thing
you
is
say
that
we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling
fingers,
you what's on there.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole that
He
you're
essentially
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Yes, you sure did. That's why he was able.
I did not
See?
zip it up all the way.
That's why he wasn't able to push out. Like, come on, if you didn't zip it up all the way. And then she talking about she left space for 2 fingers. 2 fingers, really?
This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
If she left space for 2 fingers, he wouldn't have suffocated. Some air would have got in there.
it is terrible.
Yeah, so
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally, and then this,
Okay.
whom I loved, it was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally
left
go to
him.
bed because I'm thinking, okay,
Hold
good,
on,
he can
hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it goes
normally do
off
when you
whatever
go to
you're
bed?
gonna do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed
also.
to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes,
Okay.
you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray me
We're not
as?
trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't want to call
Everything.
it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Explain
You
to
all
me how.
don't, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't,
Yo, the detective
No.
stopped playing the video while she talking.
I mean, I don't
Sarah,
know what you
Sarah,
all want me
it's
to
crazy.
tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there
didn't
to
kill
teach
him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out and no home. Because you
And
don't.
then he doesn't, but you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And dozed off.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
You roll it.
You roll it over, like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right.
Fuck you.
You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
Probably shut the fuck up.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Yo,
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was.
What?
I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys?
She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how horrific it was. Are you telling me that when you realized he was dead, when you woke up that morning and realized he was dead, you didn't know what to do? Even if you realized he wasn't breathing, you ain't know what to do. You ain't think to call 911. She called her ex-husband. And she's like, oh, she's serious.
Not calling 911 sooner.
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR, and then called you guys. And then was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say, too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video. He asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. They'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I
don't
Were you punishing him?
No.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me.
You know, I do believe that she did call her ex-husband in hopes that he would help cover it up. I do believe that. Yeah. And I wonder what his testimony is going to be.
It's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
He's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful.
Listen to
and
her.
I will tell you both this right now, too. I
She's
will
so
never
dramatic.
drink alcohol again.
Okay.
I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
She blaming it on the liquor, bro. She was drunk, but she always drunk though. That's the thing.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out. I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying, my God. And you say, fuck you.
When he, so like for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11 minimum.
For the one video.
Well, in between the two videos.
Between the 2
minutes.
videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like,
again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got somebody in
obviously
there.
like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and check
And it's
on
the
him.
whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I
to
don't
do.
care about 30
whatever.
minutes.
It's like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
Guys,
you said
I know.
this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag, and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like...
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation.
See, at this point, this is like the day after. She's not supposed to be drunk during this interview because this is afterwards. This is like the next day. So she's not supposed to be drunk, but she can possibly still be drunk or had a drink that day. Who knows? You know?
It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm going to go to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blame it on the alcohol.
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming. Well, we're not. We haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. By what the facts of what happened. We got there. You said you pulled him out of a suitcase. You said you went up. You went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
now
what
we're
you said
asking
is like,
you to
I'm
explain
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were
Yep.
thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said
Yeah.
you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys were within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They
same
were both
exact day.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
The one was.
There's two Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a
Okay.
single bottle of wine. Two of them.
All right, that's definitely how the Publix guy got into it. You sold them these 2 bottles? Yeah. Do you know they drank both of these that night? He like, damn. He probably like, God damn. They drank both of them?
So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well,
I mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back.
So this is. So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
But we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
It's not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally.
You did. You got up off the couch and walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you, he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result
laid
of your
hands
action.
on each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that. That's why
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well,
Where
what
else
about
did he go?
when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really?
Yo, she said, really? Is this what we doing? She said, really? Really? Yeah, but later on she admitted that she's the one that gave him all those bruises. So this is all cap. She's lying.
Like,
It's
really?
the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he
nothing
and I
happened to
have
you.
not been at it with one another.
Cause you wasn't put in the suitcase and beaten and thrown around in the suitcase. That's why you don't got those injuries.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the aggressor.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it.
She's
This, I don't
delusional.
know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating
understand.
what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's...
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
Yo, the detective put his phone away as soon as she said that.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't...
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
I think I think the defense lawyers got them to take this out the evidence to cut this part out. Yeah.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
All right, we're going back live, y'all. We have
Not
to go back.
intentionally.
In just
Know
a
that.
minute.
I don't.
Know that.
They about to go back live.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not,
alcohol
again...
is the reason that you killed him?
You all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all,
Yo, look at
listen.
her. She's pissed.
I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention...
I don't know what it is I need to
punish
do
him?
or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap? Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
You did.
Yes. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You said
The video was from last night.
clearly
So it wasn't that,
inside you.
yeah.
Yo, she
there's
gotta still be
feelings
drunk.
towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
She gotta still be drunk, man. Cause these answers sound like a drunk person answers.
But I would never do that.
But it
So we
happened,
will
and you
see.
did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
I would hate to
Everybody's
see
having
a
a good
bad
day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well...
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
But what about
person,
drunk
easy
you?
going.
Not... It's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was there.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No. Why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did.
did.
Lies.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the
Oh my gosh.
when you put the stuff
that's
in where his body was.
That's the unfortunate thing
was upside
too, is
down.
nobody else was there. That's
We
the
have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to have been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it to
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say,
disappointed
does
in the
that
video.
help you sleep? But you're
Nah.
not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very,
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like,
Nope.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Thank
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
So I would probably be telling myself that too after that video.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like,
Regardless.
that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
you leave them.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It
This
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this, so it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you're drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Wow.
You did.
So you did this.
Wow. She's blaming it on the alcohol, but she didn't mean she was drunk. She just mean that the alcohol did it, but it didn't have no effect because she wasn't drunk. So we just gonna blame the alcohol for no reason.
No, you did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
So, but what are
did
you?
leave him
Okay,
there.
just.
You left him in there. You did trying to
Oh my
dance around the
gosh,
fact
this
that
is-
you left him in there.
This is not.
You didn't leave him in there?
It's not cool. Like this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it's.
He's dead. It's
But
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to, y'all
Please
don't,
let me out. I can't
y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
It's not a big deal.
Boy
I'm
calling
just a valid question.
Oh, you
Right.
said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
exactly
know.
what happened. You
Are you all trying to have me?
Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
County Henderson for
All right, we're back. The trial is back on.
Ms. Boone is
They're
seated.
back from lunch. We're back. And we're
On
back.
the record, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF
And we're back.
2603.
Back in
Can I get
session.
appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel.
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna do some testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Unfuckwithable. Fats TV. Letitia Third Eye POV.
If you want to test it out, Mr. J.
Dead Blacks. Shout out to the chat. All that remains with a Bernard 98. Uncle L. Shout out to the chat, man. So I believe what's that? I believe they're gonna be playing the interrogation as evidence.
12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on month.
Testing 1 2. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of the interrogation they're gonna play, but I'm sure they're gonna play the parts where she's contradicting herself for sure. Definitely gonna be some contradiction. They're gonna see that. The jury's gonna see that.
At 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
Said they need a megaphone. I don't know. So we'll see how this goes, man. We'll see how this goes.
Okay. All right. Anything else, state, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that...
That was harsh. So pay no mind or attention to them. Damn. I'm like, you gotta say it like that, bro. Damn.
Are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Shout out to the jury. He said they were, they're students. They're just observing, so, pay them no mind and no attention. Don't even. See them and don't see them. See no students, hear no students. All rise.
Jury entering.
The jury is entering the room. 2 bottles of wine, to be exact. I think they might have drank one together, but the other one she drank by herself. She sat on that couch and drank a whole bottle of wine while she watched this man and talked trash to him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Brian Boone. Oh, the ex-husband, y'all. The ex-husband. Oh.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-N, B-O-O-N-E.
He forgot for a second.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2016. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently, Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
Wow.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called.
I gotta go back.
First, on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020.
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently, Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
11?
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Bruh, she literally called her ex-husband
while her boyfriend was in the suitcase. While she was here. Oh, man, this is crazy.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. Next day, somewhat. She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres?
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
So you're telling me from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. and the cops hasn't been called yet. How long this man been dead in that suitcase?
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
I'm sorry. Does this man say he finally got in contact with her at 12:30 p.m.? And she told him George is dead. They ain't even called the police yet. She didn't call the police yet. And she already know he's dead. So that means the whole 911 call is an act. That's crazy. That's crazy.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first phone.
Well, I mean, I don't live, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and once again, I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I, at that time, told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
Bruh. So while he was on the phone, he told her call 911. He done drove all the way to her house and she still ain't called the police yet. And she already told him on the phone, George is dead. And then when you hit a 911 call, it's like she over there acting like, oh man, oh man, this is crazy.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone. But I wasn't there for the whole conversation, no. I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes. I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Any cross-examination?
man.
We want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. So the defense just pulled a strategy move. They said they're gonna reserve their questions to when they're ready to recall in that case. What? Okay. Right. But this guy, his testimony matters. You hear what he said? At 11 o'clock, they got video around 11 o'clock of George in the suitcase. So while he was in the suitcase, and it was still in the same hour that you took the video, you called this dude while that man was in the suitcase. Oh, you something else.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when I'm back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes. So far. This is a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far. Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
Permission to publish 3?
You may do so.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brant, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Listen, she just, my boyfriend is dead. Huh?
Location emergency. That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court. Yes.
Did y'all hear her say, no, please don't leave? I think she was talking to Brian. You said she was like, no, please don't leave. I think she was talking to Brian at that point.
Court. France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. 7. Location emergency. That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court. Yes. Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive? I don't know where that is. Okay, okay. It's Gilwood Park Apartment. Okay, 4748 France, correct? Correct. All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there. My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case when we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Right. Okay. What's your apartment number? 3. Apartment 3. Yes. Like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened. Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Listen, we're getting out of 13. All right. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. 40. Yeah, man. Listen, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay. Is he hanging from somewhere or what, man? No. I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR. Okay. So he was in a suitcase? Yes, and I fell asleep. Okay, how old is he working now? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office out there? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this one. No, right, I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all? No. He's purple. Is he breathing? No. All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay? I did. I tried giving him CPR. All right. I tried giving him CPR. Yeah, okay. Well, nothing happened. He's purple. Okay, listen. He did the first end of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay? What is it? Is he available? No. All right. Are you right by him now? I'm sorry? Are you right by him now? Yes. Okay. Okay, ma'am, listen. So is he cold and stiff? Yes. Okay. Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor. I did. Removing the pillows, okay? Yes, I did. All right, okay. Wait. Stiff and purple. Right, okay, listen. Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? Can you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples? Yes. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Ready, I'm telling you. Just like looking at me, you can tell. Okay. Please, okay, your girdle. Okay. Listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Yes. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Yes. We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to lift twice per second. Okay, again. Okay, no, just keep on pumping it. All you need to do for me, keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you need to do for me, okay?
She ready to stop.
Okay, man.
She ready to
man,
stop.
As fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting. Okay. All right, just keep pumping. Just count on up. Take and count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Stiff and purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, man.
I'm still doing it, okay?
Stiff and purple, bro. How long he been there?
Still doing it. Just don't make me come sick.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We're gonna play hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping the chest until they take over,
I
okay?
am.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Open. Come in. Is it not coming out?
Let that take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We were playing hide and seek. He couldn't move. Okay, take it. Okay. Unfortunately, he's been down too long. This is recording. Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
Alright. My boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of medical? No. No, not that. Hello?
Hey, man, the time comes to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
Alright. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello?
Contact 407-716-8684, reference for mobile data. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
Sir, you may call your next witness.
State we call Abraham Moreno.
Abraham Moreno?
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M. Last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
There's Jay.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
He going right through these witnesses real quick. Got 3 questions for you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th? Yes. All right. On the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen
conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida. You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right. So when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Ms. Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
Come on now.
What did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
Brief chit chat. It was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
Chat.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
Boy, you better have said those exact words back then, bro, or he gonna jam you up.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Okay. Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any. If I can confer.
You can, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
I'm surprised you didn't confront him with some information.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres, in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005, so I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State. Good afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez. Kayla, Kayla. Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Can you tell us who is did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the Sheriff's Office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the Sheriff's Office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner, you respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment?
Yes.
Tell us, were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute, and the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time, if we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification? It states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
All right, what was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you, we gotta get some information.
I know, that's the property manager, I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or just so he knows what's going on?
Where's he at?
And you want that in?
Oh, don't worry about that, we'll take care of that for you, okay?
Can I go, I had a cigarette little.
I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay, well,
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
okay, we'll take care of you, 1 second.
Come on, Kim.
Put the time, that you called it? Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect. Fine, 220.
20, go ahead.
707 at 1307. Can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and I, we drank last night and had a
Can you pass this to the, around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that for sure.
Yeah, with me.
Okay, not even, okay. No. Each of them has to, this might be a real thing. So each of them has to put their name.
Normally we always, I just put everybody.
What's going on? I just got here to fill me in.
No problem. Like, you know, we're putting a puzzle together, we've been doing some artwork together.
You were putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did you live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. The problem is I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning. When I found it.
Before you called?
Yeah.
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he be here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband or your
Yes.
ex-husband? Okay. Where'd you live at?
Right on the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who did some of it?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. Stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I don't know if he's some kid or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions did you have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None that I
Did you
know
take
of.
any medicine?
No.
Okay.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Then we decided to go ahead and see. That's all that happened.
Okay.
But I was never heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What time did you start probably giving me a rough ballpark? Here, let me fill this at the end, okay?
Please may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so caught now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with paper, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there?
Yeah.
You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here?
Is he here by himself?
Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He's gonna see her. They were playing hide and go seek is what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and start making phone calls.
Okay, go ahead.
What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with. Here, come here. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Here, come on, let's go outside. Come on.
Good boy.
Cutie.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm sure it's empty, but just want to make sure.
Thank you.
I put my glove on.
Orange County.
Sheriff's Office. Good over here. Let me check this closet. The garage.
I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Oh,
The body's right there on the floor, y'all.
Crime scene now.
Look, the body right on the floor.
I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene.
He's laying right on the floor, right there with his arms up like this. Look, you can see him.
Just give us a second, okay? It's on the camera. It's on the camera. I can't move anything from out of the house. Be careful. I want you to sit down, because I don't want you to pass it out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Water. I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet, because I don't want you passing out. I need water. Okay, I'll get some for you.
You may proceed.
Let's go ahead and start making the calls. Now, could you go ahead and give me his last name, Torres? Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. 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 His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. Boone. First name? Sarah. Sarah. Birth date? 10/10/77. So, you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting messes together, doing artwork.
Puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine, and they decided to play hide and seek. So he
What time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was in
You
the
guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point, you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you, and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was
She did say make him squirm a little bit. So she did have intentions of making him squirm a little bit.
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny a little bit?
It was. We both were laughing about it. And
Okay.
then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/Rita think go job.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Right, all that good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what
gurgled.
time this morning did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way up here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR, you were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it.
And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any
I
medication?
don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay, all right. Here, I want you to sit back down, because I don't want
Can I have one more sip of water?
Yes, go on.
Number 29 residential audible laundry, your guys, they drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
The cups are like right there.
Sit right here, don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it, secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just a cup, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him on the side. He came back in? So there's no fence then? Corporal, I can give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Want to talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, you want to stay seated. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, sir. My name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here. Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine. decided you guys?
12:30-ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Was your son home at the time, or okay?
no, with my with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play. We just did it like that. Like we were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. This game's stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to zip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I was down here and I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop thinking really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
Or this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So I just laid in bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs, confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I ripped him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. So I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The person on the phone had me do the concussions continually, so I can count with him until you guys showed up.
Okay. And so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner, or something here, and we'll play a board game with him when he's all days from there. But it's not like
A couple of beers a day?
I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having anything to do with it. Like, I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I drove up to the beach store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you could walk there.
Does he have any history of drinking drugs? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't,
I
right?
don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never
No.
seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or
How long have you guys been together?
almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He had to have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery I think was at this point what 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep,
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking some of the donation in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away and laughed?
we're laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But What position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up, and he just kind of
No,
bent over?
okay, so like this is the suitcase. Right, this is his head, and then he's right here, and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
And we were cleaning.
Understandable, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life. His family has never, like, I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does anyone know? Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
They're going to
it's
tell me.
okay. Well,
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
we're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school and he's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your gun to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
Okay. All right, we're going to go aside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys
Of
so I know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling. We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later on.
Okay.
It'll be
We'll go
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to kill me.
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave. Okay?
This was.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Mercy.
Back with Brian Boone. While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
No questions, no questions.
You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Not subject to recall.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Jump in here, finish some acting.
Parties got to approach for a minute.
Total so far. Want to let you know you can
Lot of mercy.
find many of these clips of the testimony.
So I don't know.
Whether it is full or whether it is.
I don't know what they dealing with right this minute. They still trial still going on. A lot of mercy. Yeah, it's a lot. I don't know what the defense gonna really come up with. I guess when it's time for them to bring up Sarah up there, they're gonna ask her a bunch of crazy stuff. I wonder who they're gonna call as their witnesses. Who is going to be the witnesses of the defense? That's what I want to know. Who they got in mind? Who actually wants to, speak in Sarah's defense? Maybe her family members? I don't see nobody else.
Sarah Boone taking some notes, as she has been throughout much of this trial. And
She's taking notes, getting ready for her. She getting ready for her appeal. She getting ready for her appeal. they gonna be like, listen, you gonna need to appeal this, ma'am. Waiting on the trial to start back. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Shout out to the chat. Where the kids found a suitcase washed up with, oh man. Uh, you know, they got a lot of cases where people got found in suitcases, definitely. But you know, the uniqueness about this one is a live person went into the suitcase and let somebody zip them up to death.
the jury to be escorted.
Yeah, so.
We do.
address.
Let's listen in to see if make sure there's nothing else
Defense.
going to be covered.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
So 3:37.
All right, and so there was nothing else going to be covered. The court is in recess at the moment, and so we are going to take a.
What does recess mean? It's over? Are we done for the day here? 3:37. The court is in recess until 3:37. No, it's not 40. It's about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. About 15-minute break. How do you talk somebody into a suitcase? That's a good question, man. Blame it on the alcohol? Oh shit. What does somebody have to tell you for you to get into a suitcase? Think about the magic words that somebody would need to say to you that would make you willingly get in a suitcase. Maybe abracadabra? Maybe abracadabra?
Admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point.
I've been in a suitcase before as a kid. I've definitely went into a suitcase before as a kid. Okay? I ain't doing that as an adult.
I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
Wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
all
video.
Day.
Not
All
by
day.
that video. That
all
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you don't know me,
Nope.
would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son?
I don't know
Like,
what
why-
having a 9-year-old son would be.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think
Yeah.
when
because
you should be
it's
more
like
concerned about what you've told us?
It's because
And
like you guys
The
are
fact
like
that George
trying.
is dead.
The things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
Like
told
what
us
is
here
opposite?
today. Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's begging to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it? Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up.
Do you need any more water? No, but when you come back, can I ask about this?
Yeah.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
wasn't...
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
is it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so.
that.
Like, just...
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
It's... Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
It was a great
It
day.
didn't end well, obviously.
We were good. It was good. We were having a good
I can't
day.
explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him.
Can't find him.
So what's going to happen? Like,
Here's what gets me, though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about them when...
See, that's the thing, too. But you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
That you're
I've
drunk.
had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh,
You
my
were screaming at
gosh.
him
Right.
regularly.
Right.
Yeah, people who say she drunk on a daily basis. Man.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many,
my
you had two neighbors you
gosh.
went to and asked to go
See,
use the
that is
restroom.
just not
and they said
fair.
No. Hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I
So
wouldn't let
both are
somebody
bathrooms?
go upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the
Really?
downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No, I was asking last night because, we had several different people in the
Assuming
neighborhood
that
come up saying
Eli
that
and
she
Kim.
was drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no.
Okay.
And like I said, she's not a nice
Yeah, them.
person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the fingernails.
Yeah, you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So
don't think that it's.
I don't have a
forcing
problem.
him. Okay. Just want to make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do
fine.
our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to
We're not
agree to
making
anything that you're
assumptions.
saying. I'm not, that you're. No.
So, his probation officer,
Mm-hmm.
do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery
cancel.
intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't
else I
have
was
to
just
call
getting ready to
him.
ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or
That's
y'all
her-
are saying
she-
that I
that's what-
physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Lies. Lies and more lies. Girl, you going to jail. You going to jail.
I'm leaving it at that. So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was going to get ready to ask you. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get the final whatevers?
What does it matter? Why? What we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I have to
but it's
tell-
going to come
like-
down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's
scratch,
the thing.
and
Here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really?
She done forgot. She done forgot. God damn it.
Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which it's not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
It'll be up to them to make their arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
His body can't even be released,
No.
so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, aunt and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to.
What?
How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
Like, look what she thinking about. Like, it's almost like she like, yeah, well, I'm going home. So, how do I go about, like, going to jail?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then we
It'll be released to
Oh,
the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger. It goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what and how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yep.
They do their testing.
So, and then, like, whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the seats. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like...
I can't tell you, like, what to do.
I mean, like, so, like, for... Like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like... Because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it.
Mm-hmm.
And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So...
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing? Or like, because I've done the whole court thing. I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George.
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to be pinned on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm
Trying to
asking
get
what
her
the next
ducks
step
in a
is
row.
other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you want.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so
detective
I can,
is
I guess, stick up for
something else.
myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine.
Ah,
You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, it's...
out of mercy.
Witnesses. So let's go ahead and
We
get
are
you
back
back
on the record,
into
case
courtroom
number 2020
12A.
CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah.
And we're back
Let me get
live.
appearances for the state.
Dave Kestner on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
We are
Defense.
back live.
Tony Henderson.
Ms. Boone is still seated at council's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Not from the state?
Defense?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand, and we can bring back in our panel.
Everyone, please rise. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. We are watching the Sarah Boone trial live, day one. Day one live.
You may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hands, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflects all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us? Thanks, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department.
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
About 10 years.
Oh.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the Sheriff's Office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera.
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States K will be received into evidence without objection as State 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
You're welcome, Jay.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So what's gonna happen? We're gonna go to the manager's office and they'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away. But then it needs to turn.
The hard spot to be in both places. So, both points and this becomes very,
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, you have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do. Okay? We can talk about that more on Sunday. But, yeah, you. We're trying to be a surprise.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally, like, not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow. Have a budget. Like you said, what you're seeing here is harmless. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah. His age, no real medical history that
I know of.
For him to have passed away, we come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family
I just
want.
really want to see my son. I really need my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else have you to show up or wait here that needs to be here? My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take the photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, and go and do that. So, can you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? You have to. Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, we'll know. I'm not going to just go into it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what are you just telling us? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason I was away?
We tell them what we know at that point. We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Give them their number, they can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that they're gonna think I killed him. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you, it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family. Never accepted me, and everybody especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time. Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight? Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines.
My goodness.
Unless one of the Marines
She's clearly nuts. Clearly.
Your phone's inside, correct? Yeah. Does he have a phone? No. He does not. He used my phone. He used your phone. Okay, the share phone. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think he'll have a problem with it. So, well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here with you not feeling safe. And then we're like, and then his ex, so I in Philadelphia. Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes. There's gotta be a funeral. Right. That you're talking like days and weeks. No, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long. I know. So I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe. Okay? Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water. Give us a few minutes. Let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you. I promise. Okay?
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in here?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take your mind. I have relief coming, so just give me.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Melissa Roughgarden.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
What is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the Sheriff's Office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program. which includes in-house processing as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your career, in your course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with the detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M? You recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as states M will be received into evidence without objection as states 8.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, could we have the lights dim?
Yes.
And I'm first going to publish to you, as part of states M, picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as states 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you states 14. What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
Showing you from States Composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Showing you states 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Damn. That's the big bottles. They drank those big bottles.
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Photo 32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Yo, that suitcase looking small. That suitcase looks small.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Wow.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper.
Why would this guy let her? She had to actually really try to zip it up. She had to put some effort into zipping it up. Why would he even let her do that?
This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
Wow. He was in there with that. Well, it's not as, I guess it's not as small as I thought.
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Wow.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
Why they not showing it when they supposed to, man? What's up with them?
58 from the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Why they not showing it? I don't know if they can. I'm just asking.
Photo
Maybe they
61
can.
from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
I guess they can't show it. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's what I'm saying, right? It has stuff in the suitcase. That's crazy.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Soaked with blood. So the man was bleeding. Like, well, there's enough blood to soak stuff, to stain stuff.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Wow.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composite.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Oh no.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 90 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
I'm not sure if she threw him down the stairs, but I think she did.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify our article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is
She
it
looked
that you're
guilty.
photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
I guess that's the two students in the back over there. Just stand.
Previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as State C and been shown to defense?
You may.
Wonder what's that? I wonder what's that?
Ma'am, I'm assuming it was been marked for identification as State C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
They're wrapped in.
Sure, just how the view from the porch.
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap them now.
It's a big bottle. They drank 2 of those. Man, they was smashed. They was, god damn. 2 of those.
Did you also have occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
There goes the bat.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, could you open States B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
What is contained within States B?
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as States 10 without objection. You may.
You also had an occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
The
Prior to
suitcase?
placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area?
Yes.
3 feet. I wasn't going in no suitcase, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States A. Tell me, do you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is the suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agency case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Yes.
Maybe.
What is inside of States A?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as states 11.
And Your Honor, at this time I'd ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
I mean, I guess you can't. It's not a small
Can you open the
suitcase.
inside of it?
It's not small. It's a good sized suitcase, but I'm not getting in that. I'm sorry. Like, that's a crime scene she's opening a crime scene right now. And look how hard it is for her to open it. Like, how did this man allow this woman to zip him up? It's not even that easy to zip this thing. Like, you really gotta try to zip it.
how easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
Seems so.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as a medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, and what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical, or whomever might read your report, that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat, you took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
Objection. Badgering the witness, Your Honor. Gosh. You're getting hostile.
Effort to analyze.
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
Sustained.
Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will.
He done forgot the
Do
question.
you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone, is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall?
Yeah.
Possibly made by the victim.
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How's she gonna know that?
Bloody pillowcases. Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her?
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions?
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am.
Thank
you. All right. Subject to recall, ma'am.
Can the parties approach?
I think they're gonna wrap this up. It's almost 5. It's almost 5 p.m. on the East Coast. I think they're about to wrap this up. Most likely we're gonna be back on Monday. We'll see what they're saying.
The attorneys discussing with the
Most likely they're about to call it a night. Said she knocked him out with that bat first. Yo, you know, when I realized the way the zipper is, it make me start to wonder, like, like was she really able to zip him up in the suitcase while he was like coherent, or was he like
Signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. And I thank you for your sacrifice and your service.
Thank you for your service.
The jury is full of opening.
All right, I think we're gonna wrap that up. I think that's it. That's off. Yeah. Oh, that was an interesting one. So we're gonna be back at 9 a.m. on Monday. We got to see this thing through. We got to see it through. But I've been here for all day, and I'm about to go get back to life. So thank you, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this with me. But as of now, I will see you guys on Monday. We will continue this, and we're gonna keep up until this trial is over. They said this trial should last for about 2 weeks. They said this trial should last for about 2 weeks. And it's interesting to see how the defense is gonna try to pull this off. Kiss my cheeks. What's up? Yeah, Evolve mate. Mimi. Yeah. It's interesting. So 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. But until then, I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody. You guys can check out the Weeder Wabbit store. We got merch. Man. You can check out the Weeder Wabbit store. That's one way of supporting the channel. As of now, Wabbits, I'm out the house. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. See you on Monday. All.